zolang alles goed is, gewoon afbrengen. En als ik zo was, ja, was ik ook wel af met een centraal. Wij hebben die zeep staan maken, maar gewoon de zin vanaf in die zeep zit en dan zal er niet eten. Dus dat is niet een goed idee. Je doet gewoon een zeep, dat kan, maar dat kan gewoon niet continueren. Als je zegt van ik zie met de volgende 20 jaar goed komen, dan ga je na een tijd zijn in de volgende stap op. Ik heb Ja.
Terwijl het een beetje in afbrengen, wordt het niet bijna niet.
Voilà.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen.
Ça
Zijn
va?
we goed teruggekomen van de Niba? Een chocolade meegekregen?
Ja, ik kwam dat tonen. Ik zeg, nog eens een goede witte chocolade, een lekkere. Verschoten van. Echt goed.
Ja, dat is echt goed. Dat is echt goed.
Ik heb er dan direct wat dingen mee gedaan daar en heel de moed laten proeven. Ik zeg, ja, alles goed.
Ja. Dat je gesmaakt hebt ook als je een ganache maakt. Het is echt niet alleen zoet, maar het is echt
Daarachter
vol.
zit zo, ja, is lekker.
Het is een beetje gelijk vanille ijsroom, maar dan niet koud.
Ja.
Vol geschot. Wat ook een hele goede is bij ons is de Blanc Extra.
Een blanc extra.
Ja, en die is 34%.
Oké.
Dus veel cacaoboter.
Ja.
En die is heel wit. Dus eigenlijk is dat, we mogen dat niet zeggen, maar dat is eigenlijk een gebleached cacaoboter. En dan krijg je eigenlijk een hele witte kleur ter vervanging van de titandioxide bijvoorbeeld.
Ja, dat is wel tof.
Ja, en daar hebben we heel veel succes mee in Frankrijk bijvoorbeeld.
We hebben afgesproken in van de volgende weken dat wij eens tot België komen. Dat ik ook eens heel het gamma zien en wat en hoe.
Ja, met de Julius of met de David of...
Ja, met alle twee.
Ja.
Dus dat we niet gewoon zien dat ik met Joffrey of zo, dat wist ik wel.
Ik ben er wel niet de eerste 3 weken. Ja.
Maar ik weet ook niet wanneer. Waarom is dat niet nu? Hey. Goedemiddag.
Dan is het,
Maar ik spreek wel, ik ga wel niet binnen een half jaar meer.
nee,
dat we dat eens in elkaar steken, dat we eens die billen kunnen komen. Dat ik,
het is nog best voor eind juni. Hè. Allee, voor de vakanties. Want september is er weer al.
wel, dan moeten we,
een beetje goed druk te worden voor iedereen. Hè, met
dan moeten we dat gewoon in juni eens proberen regelen. Hè.
Maar je zit dan in contact met David?
Ja, maar de Joffrey wil dat wel regelen.
Ah, ja.
Ja. Maar dan zie ik ook eens wat...
Is goed. Ik ga mijn gerief gaan halen, ik kan weer wat
Is goed.
klaarzetten.
Ik weet niet of je nog iets speciaals nodig hebt, denk ik niet echt zeker. Hè?
Nee, ik heb alles bij. Van potjes, pannen.
Ja, alles zeker. Dan nog
Misschien
direct,
een emmertje met wat water voor in de tafel af te kussen of zo.
okay.
Ja, vots, want ik ben...
Hier direct achter is eigenlijk de keuken, de spoelbak en zo. Hè? Dus die heb je direct hierachter.
En er liggen vodden en alles.
Ja, dat ligt allemaal klaar. Dus
Of met die suikers erop dat je gaat maken. Dat is een beetje... Dus, goed, kom maar gerief pakken.
Goed.
Ja, doe maar.
Goedemorgen. Zet alles maar inderdaad gewoon in het kabinet. Er staat geen koning in, maar er is zodanig iemand daar, dus ga ik niet plaatsen. Dus ik denk dat als je de achterdeur op doet, stel dat dan al op het zijkant maakt niet uit. Kan er alles in staan. Nee, ja, kan nog niet. Zet het dan aan de kant op. Dank hè. Dank u, dag.
Aan een kast met kleuren. Omdat hier de kleurstoffen, de voorkleurde bussen zo, ze hebben gezegd als je die gewoon gaat in de snelbak en dan, ik heb een grote compressor, dan hoef je die niet te tempereren eerst.
Ik doe dat nooit.
Jij doet dat nooit. Want dat dikwijls eerst ziet, eerst afkoelen en dan...
Kijk, bij mij zitten ze hier met een smeltbak.
Ja.
Die staat op 45, kan die direct gebruiken. Maar ik moet wel wachten voordat ik ga gieten. Hè. Dus ik giet niet direct hè.
Ik bedoel, ja, daarachter bij dus. Ja, tuurlijk.
Gewoon
Je moet eerst wachten tot het
afkoelen en
ja, dat
dan,
zelf weer.
Ja.
Maar dat is op zich niet nodig dan om de cacaoboter eerst. Want er zijn er die erbij zweren en er zijn er anderen.
Ja, ik niet.
We hebben dat eigenlijk, alleen waar ik het geleerd heb, ook nooit gedaan. Dus ik ben met de vrouw beginnen staan, waarom is dat dan eigenlijk nodig?
Dus die daar stonden er straks, dat was allemaal gewoon...
Direct, dus zolang dat je eigenlijk met een compressor, ik snap het wel als je zo kleurt, ja dan...
Ja, zelfs dan nog.
Ja, gaat dat dan ook?
Ik doe het nooit.
Nee? Ik dacht dat dat misschien...
Maar ik zal altijd maar een dag later gieten ten vroegste. Hè.
Ja, altijd. Ja, dat weet ik voor de...
Ja, dat werkt altijd.
Dat doe ik nu ook, ja.
botjes of zo? Demos rond de Pistachio. Ja. Ja, ik heb kort van ja, super. Zolang dat het uitgevoerd is, hier is het wel. Maar ja, dat is echt wel Oké, goedemorgen iedereen. Gaan we even aan beginnen. Zijn er mensen die Engels praten? English? English? Spanish? German? Italian? Chinese? Is het goed dat we het in het Engels doen? Is het goed to do it in English? Yes? You will speak English? Right, okay, so let's start this small demonstration. I'm very happy, of course, to be here today at the Chocolate World, the 40th anniversary today. And they invited me because I contacted them, because I'm working on a book. In fact, it's about Belgian chocolate and beer. That will be launched this September. And it will be a recipe book with 52 recipes, sweet and salty. So we will have a full menu of recipe with some pralines, of course, as well, but as well salty dishes, even meat, and also starter dishes, for example. Myself, my name is Michel Eyckerman. I work for Wagemaker already 18 years as a technical advisor, and I give a lot of demonstrations all over the world, and sometimes as well in Belgium. The first praline I would like to share with you, it's a very popular, I would say, item in Belgium. It's a praline with a liquor side. Okay? Everybody maybe know this technique, although you have to have some specialty basics that make it even light, that everything works well. But of course, I will not use liquor today, I will use beer. Okay? So beef praline based on a sugar syrup. So therefore we need beer first. That's quite obvious. The recipe is quite easy to understand. It's like a sugar syrup that you cook with sugar and water, but I don't use water, I use beer. Today I use a blue beer, 6.6%, but in fact you can use any type of beer that you like in this recipe. So it's 300 grams of beer. The bottle is 330 grams, so the rest is on the shelf. And then we put also 5 hours for that guy over there. He's an addict for beer. So 300 grams of beer. And then also we need to put some sugar, of course. It's 500 grams. And then we give this a boil. The only point of attention of this recipe is we are using beer. And beer starts to foam. Okay? So we need to watch out a little bit when it starts to cook, that it doesn't go out over the pot. That means when you have a recipe, in this case of 800 grams, make sure your bowl is big enough. When you only use beer and sugar in this case, you know that sugar starts to recrystallize, and when you only use beer or water with sugar, and you put this into your chocolate shell, it will start to crystallize after a couple of weeks completely. Okay? And that's why you need to add a little bit of glucose. And this is also a trick to keep it at a good condition for a long time. I have made this pralines already like 6 months ago as well on these ones. And I keep it in the fridge also to have a shelf life test. And they are still very good. The syrup is still very liquid and with an equal crust of sugar on the inside of the chocolate shell. So 20 grams of glucose. Voila, and now we give a boil to 106 degrees. So we use a thermometer, one with a stick, use one like this. Because then you can measure the temperature from the inside of the sugar syrup. Not use one with a laser thermometer, it only measure the surface. Okay? So please, you need to have one with a stick to measure this time. So 106 degrees. We use a spatula to mix. You don't need to use a whisk. Okay, a whisk is your air bubble, but in this case you don't need it. So you can just use a spatula. And you need to wait until it starts to boil. So normally, when we make sugar syrup and it starts to boil, we also take a brush and we clean the sides of the pot. That's very important to do, but with this one, beer is not too clean. We can leave some leftover of residue of the yeast, for example. So that means we will have a foam when it starts to boil, and we take this out with a sieve. Okay? So I have here a liter next to me. And watch out with just put water. So I have here a liter with clean water, and I will put the sieve in there, and I will also remove the foam from the sugar side. Look at this. Then a second step, when we have 106 degrees, is we put this into 2 metal bowls. That's very important, and those metal bowls need to be clean as well. Okay? So normally we rinse them with water, but we don't wash them out with the cotton, we don't dry them out with cotton, because you can still have some residue of your cloth. Okay? So always work very clean when you make the recipe like this. So I have 2 inox bowls, not 1, 2. And I will also show you why. Of course, it's not just only adding beer in this recipe. Sorry. Yeah. So my pot is not big enough. Sorry. So it's not only adding beer, of course, because the alcohol is not high enough. So I also add some pure alcohol later on. And this is 100 grams of pure alcohol of the 96%. Now with the sieve, so we remove the foam to obtain a very transparent sugar syrup. Like this. Also, this is really very important to do. If you want to keep them good for a long time, you need to have really a very clean sugar syrup. Now I start to put my thermometer inside and we measure the temperature. Stick thermometer. And we need to wait until it reaches 160 degrees. So the molds I use, of course, they are from chocolate drops, and it's all carbonate, so it's a type of a hard plastic that is very rigid. So it's very good to make your chocolate shell. And I sprayed also pure cocoa butter in it that I had mixed with 10% of coloring fat soluble in powder. I always use fat soluble in powder because you also have liquids, but I don't like it too much. Or you can also use those bottles, of course, and you also sell it here in chocolate pills. You have these colored cocoa butter that are available to you. Thermometer. So now those two metal bowls. So from the moment you have reached the 160 degree, you cannot whisk with a spatula, for example, or with a whisk, and you can also just leave it to cool down. Okay? Because you see here on the screen, you need to form a crust of sugar on top. And for example, when you just pour the sugar syrup in a bowl and you leave it to cool down, you already start to form a crust, a type of crystal, and that is not good. And this is why you need to pour this syrup into a metal bowl. And also use, of course, a marble table, and it cools down also more better than a Philips table, for example. And then, this is an important step also, so we cool it down from pouring the syrup from one side into the other bowl. So just like this. You cool it down. The first step now is to cool it down until you reach 70 degrees. 70. And this you can measure, of course, with a regular thermometer. And then we also put the pure alcohol inside. And then we will cool down the sugar syrup until 30 degrees. And then 30 degrees, you can transfer it into a piping bag, for example. And then we will pipe it into the chocolate shell. And then we need to leave it to crystallize. We leave it to crystallize minimum for 30 hours. And then you have this sugar crust on top. And then you can also close it gently, of course, the chocolate. I mean, gently, I will also show this to you how to do it. Because you need to have piping bag ready when you close them. I would not put the mold right under the tempering unit. Because you have this flow of chocolate, and when it goes really inside of one praline, the sugar crust is broken. So you need to be a little bit gentle. The only thing you can maybe say, okay, some people use also a mix of starch to make those, I would say, inserts or sugar syrup with the sugar crust. But to me, I don't like to work too much with powders in my working materials, especially not starch, because it's really dust. Okay? And also, I think it's very time consuming also. We need to take them out very gently, we need to brush them, and then we need to take them open. Okay? So for me, it's more convenient to do it on this way, to pipe the sugar syrup into the chocolate shell, and then we leave it to rest for 30 hours, and then you can close it. It's more easy. So the pure alcohol, so please, if you would like to buy pure alcohol, always look for ethanol. The E from ethanol, don't use methanol, that's good. If you don't like maybe your neighbor or something, you can leave it. I don't advise. Pure ethanol. So 100 gram, and this brings me, in fact, on the level when I put a 40% alcohol liquor inside of this recipe. So that's why I put 100 grams of pure alcohol in this recipe, and at the end it will be the same as you would like to make a sugar syrup with a 40% pure alcohol. With a rate of 40%. And what's important is not to mix in fact. You always use a metal bowl to cool the sugar syrup down until 30. If you have some leftover as well, it's possible. So you can put it in a small plastic container, for example. This is a leftover. But you need to keep it at refrigerated temperature, in the fridge of 4 degrees. And then the sugar syrup don't start to crystallize. And then when you want to use it, you heat it up a little bit, like in the microwave, to about minimum 25 degrees, I would say. And then you can pipe this also into the chocolate shell and leave it to rest. So now as well, the weather in Belgium is very dry. So also an explanation on that, because normally it takes minimum 30 hours. But this is with a humidity level in the air of around 45–50%. When you work with chocolate, the humidity level is very important. You need to know how humid it is in your environment. Because when you go over 60%, for example, then you will have a sugar bloom, and then it's too humid, and also you cannot form the sugar crust. So you can always buy at Amazon, for example, a small heat. You hang it up in your atelier, and then you know the humidity level in your area. So now in my working place in Belgium, it's 35%. It's very dry. It's also with the air conditioning now. This in fact I made them yesterday because I had not enough. I made them yesterday and I can already close them. So when the air is very dry, you can also go faster. But when the air is above 50%, it will take longer to seal and to hold the crust than just 30 hours. Another point of attention as well is our filling with a piping bag. But once they are filled, you cannot move them too much anymore. So it's best to have a rack, for example, like that. You put the filled balls into it. First you do 4, then you have a full rack, for example, a full tray. And then you push it into the rack and you don't move it anymore. Okay? Because, for example, there is a funny guy working at our place, and he starts to move this rack, it starts to vibrate, and then also you can start to break the sugar crust. Okay? So again, it's not so difficult to make this, but you need to have some things to take into account that you need to respect in order to have a successful finish. Check now my temperature. 42 degrees. When you have 42 degrees, from 40 degrees, you don't need to do this movement anymore. You can just leave it to cool down. But that will take too much time, so I will just continue to have the 30 degrees. Because otherwise, when this syrup is too warm, for example, and I find it in already, my chocolate starts to heat out again. So that's why when you make this sugar syrup, These at 30 degree maximum, you can put a pipe in. So I'm almost there now, so it's 30 degree. And then I will continue. Another thing on this also, we also know when we do a molding of a praline, sometimes the shell needs to be as thin as possible. Then you can see that the chocolatier is really working very with a very good chocolate, with a lot of cocoa butter, for example. But when you make this application, use a shell that is a little more thicker. Okay? So normally a normal shell when you make it is about 1 millimeter. And then it's best to make 2 layers when you make sugar syrup. And you also leave the bottom a little bit bigger. A little bit thicker. So when you have around 2 millimeters of the shell and also the bottom, again you will have no risk that it cannot start to crack, for example. When it's very thin, the sugar syrup doesn't have any texture, it's liquid, it's not like a ganache, it keeps also the shell together. So for the sugar syrup, also do the molding a little bit more. Okay? I speak from experience. Already made it like very thin, and they were all broken. So, very important. Sorry? Yes, but we always think to make the best and to make it as thin as possible in the shell, but in this recipe, don't do it. Take 2 millimeters thickness, and then it will be fine. So I will keep my table a little bit. And then I will apply the sugar syrup with the beer inside the chocolate shell. Okay, I use also the duvel beer. When you taste the praline, you will have extra alcohol because I put extra alcohol inside. But you cannot say, for example, I eat the praline, oh, I taste duvel beer. Okay, you will taste the beer aspect in this praline. You will have this slightly bitterness, this fermented flavor as well from the beer, but you cannot say it's this red, this type of beer. That means when you have, for example, a special occasion like Father's Day, it's true. You can, for example, sell those pralines made with the type of beer, and you also sell a bottle with the beer with it. So please make a concept out of it, and then the people will also understand very easily that it's made with that beer that will also give as a gift. But of course, if you use this one is a strong IPA, it's a blonde beer. But if you use, for example, a strong beer, it's very dark, you will see the color that it changes of course. So that you can see. And in between the stouts, a blonde ale or an IPA will also taste the difference. So now my sugar syrup. So now to pipe this inside, you will see it's quite liquid, okay? But you also need to take into account that later on, that this sugar syrup will start to crystallize, and then you have some sugar will be recrystallized against the sides of the shell completely. And then also the sugar syrup will become a little bit more thicker as well when you peel it. So don't panic. Yeah? It will be. So this praline outside, for example, we also have beer without alcohol. You cannot make this without alcohol. Yeah? So don't get this to children. Or if you want to go to sleep very early, in the one, for example, so please watch out. When you drink your pralines with alcohol, it's always within moderation. Not too much, because it has some alcohol. And this technique, you cannot make it without. So we fill the shell for about 2 millimeters from the top. And then we leave it to crystallize for 30 hours, and then I will close it with tempered chocolate. spills. And then I will put it in that rack in behind me and don't move it for the next 30 hours. Also, a lot of people, even though the Ganache, they use sometimes the finger to check if it's stiff enough, for example, or also to check the crust of the sugar. And it's best not to use the finger. Always use like a small spatula, for example, or a small toothpick to check if the crust is thick enough. So this will now go in the rack, and we don't move it anymore. And then we will close this one. So normally the first reflection would be that we put this under the machine, okay? But again, the sugar crust is like fragile, so always watch out when you close this, okay? So it's completely closed. Some people spray some cocoa butter over it, for example, so that's an extra step. But when you follow the procedure completely, you will have a very good sugar crust that can easily close the temperature. What we also do normally when we close this, we heat it up with a heating gun a little bit. Okay? Like with a Ganache. But now I will just do it like this. But with a butter. So I take some tempered chocolates. I don't close them one by one. I just use the piping bag and I put one line over one row at least. Okay? So like this. And then important as well, I don't tap, I don't shake, I just do this. When you tap, you can break the short crust, the sugar crust, sorry. And you can also have air bubbles. Okay? So it's better just to do this movement, and then we will remove the top layer of chocolate with a spoon. So I do it in like in one movement, that is very smooth and clean to close. And if you also close your pralines with a vacuum bag, your mold also stays very clean. So it's a choice that you need to make, but it's up to you. So this is the first recipe I would like to show. Later on, I have some samples here to taste. I have more over there, and if needed, I can also pop out these ones. I will put them into the fridge so that they can crystallize, and then we have more. Because we have quite some people. This is good. So the sugar syrup praline, I'm not sure, but they also have other recipes, for example, or so it's 300 grams of beer, 500 grams of sugar, 20 grams of glucose, heat that to boil to 106 degrees, and then when the sugar syrup is cooled down to 70 degrees, you put 100 grams of pure alcohol, you cool it down to 30 degrees, then you can fire this into your chocolate. Leave it to crystallize for 30 hours, and then you can close it like I just did. Let's put it into the fridge, and then move on to the next recipe. Puur alcohol. Dat was een goede vraag. Dus I had a question here. Does the amount of alcohol is depending on the beer that I'm using? But it's not the case here because we boil the beer with the sugar, so all the alcohol will be like evaporated. And that's why I always use the same amount of 100 grams pure alcohol
even if I'm using a 5% beer, for example, or 10% out of the whole beer. It doesn't matter. Always keep it right. Good. Well, so the next recipe, I think it's still a trend, but I will show you how to make the Dubai bar. The Dubai style bar, because it's not made in Dubai this one, it's made here in Antwerp, in front of Perth. But I will explain to you what to do, how to make it, and you can also have a degustation. So, because of my work, I travel often to Dubai as well, and I've even met the person who made this bar. Okay? The thing is, with the Dubai bar, the filling is very soft. So in fact, it was a bit created by a person that doesn't much know about chocolates. The chocolate dealer makes a praline filling. We put some extra chocolate to make it nice and stable. Because when the filling is too liquid for praline, you will have a fast dough because of the oils from the praline. And it's the same with the Dubai bar. So the thing is, you need to find a good balance of ingredients that you add extra to the pistachio praline in order to have a good texture. When it's in the fridge at 60 degrees in your shop, but when the people take it at home and they eat it at 21, 22 degrees, for example, it needs to be very nice and soft. So I'll give you my recipe that I developed, and I'll explain you everything as well how to do it. One thing is also, and maybe that's a bit tricky as well, they use a lot of pistachio filling, which is expensive. Pistachio is more expensive. And then the calife that they are using, they don't put too much to have really this gooey texture. Now in my recipe, I put more than what they do, because I also like the texture, the crunchiness, it's even more. This is also not sweet. So at the end, your product will be less sweet as well, instead of losing the pistachio praline with just a little bit of this crunchy texture. But again, the recipe for the praline, you can play with that. And also the amount of calife that you're using, you can also play with this amount. There is no problem. But I advise you to put more, it's less expensive, it's less sweet, and it gives also a lot of texture and more crunchiness. So first of all, also with this one, I made on beforehand some nice and shiny tablets. So for this one, I always use my laser thermometer, okay? And I always measure the temperature of my malt as well. The best condition to spray your malt is when your malt is 20 degrees. Okay? And it's easy to understand. When you temper the colored cocoa butter, you need to do it at 30 degrees. 20 and 30 is 50. We agree, 20 and 30 is 50. When your malt is a little bit more colder, that is, for example, 18 degrees, can happen in winter time, for example, that the working area is a bit more cooler, you need to have this a bit more water. 32 degrees. 18, 32 is 50. Okay? We agree. Yes. In the summertime, maybe it's a bit more warmer, and your malt is 22, then you do this at 28, a little bit cooler. 22, 28 is 50. Okay? So for this, I created the M50 rule. It will also be explained in my book that will be launched in September. And you have, in this way, you have 4 degrees to play with. So the malt can be minimum 18 degrees, maximum 22. The cocoa butter, minimum 28, maximum 32. In the world with chocolates, 4 degrees, it's a lot. So my malt was 20, my cocoa butter was tempered at 30, I spray it in, I wait half an hour, and then you can also mold the chocolate, and then you have a very nice and shiny aspect. It's very easy to understand, the M50 rule. It sounds like a road in England, the M50. But in fact, the M is coming from Michel, which is my name. Alright, so let's move on to the recipe. So first of all, the calife that you buy in a Turkish shop, it's around €3 for 400 grams, one pack. Okay? And they put it a lot in the oven, in But an oven, you can bake it in an oven, but it's not always that equal. So I roast my Canaille in the roaster machine that you have here, the copper kettle. You roast hazelnut, make praline, for example. So I put this Canaille in there, already cut it into pieces, but also butter. So it's 50 grams of butter and 200 grams of Canaille. I do in that machine, in a bigger amount of course, but you can also bake this into a pan. But make sure you have a nice dark color. That means it's also nice and crispy. Then I have some praline, of course. That I need to mix. Now I'm explaining the amount. It's in fact three types of nut and paste that we put. So I have here a praline with pistachio, 52%. It's from Pistachio, it's our brand in Belgium. So you have here 150 grams. 150 grams of praline pistachio, 52%. And then you also have 150 grams of pure pistachio paste. You mix the both together with a spatula. And then I also have 40 grams of tahine. And tahine is in fact sesame seeds paste. You can buy it, but the tahine that you buy, the taste is not so intense. So I always roast my own sesame seeds myself. And I mix it in a smaller roll of food, for example. You have to get the taste, it's not bad. And probably it's less expensive. So this we all mix together. And then I also have a little bit of salt. Okay, so now the moment is also there to put some chocolate. So in this case I put some melted white chocolate. Because I don't use milk chocolate, because otherwise the color will change. Okay? So I like to keep the green color of the pistachio, and that's why I only use white chocolate and also some cocoa milk. So it's a mix. I don't use only the white chocolate, otherwise it will be again more sweet. So I use 50 grams of Belgian Selection Blanc Extra at our trace. So it's white sustainable chocolate from Belgian with 50 grams. And 20 grams of Belgian cocoa milk. So I already pre-melted it in a small separate bowl, and we mix everything together. So the best is to have tempered white chocolate, okay, that you mix with your lukewarm melted cocoa butter. You mix those like I did, and then you mix it with all the pistachio praline texture and also with tahine. Mix all together, and this filling with the tempered white chocolate needs to be around 26 degrees. This is the correct temperature to fill the praline filling in the tablet or in a mold. 26 degrees. And then I mix up the calories. I don't do this first before I put the chocolate, because otherwise you already have some oil that goes inside the calories, and then you lose texture as well. So always make first your praline filling with the chocolate, and then you add the extras. And then this filling is ready. So also here a tip. Not so long time ago, I heard a quote from a chef, and he said making praline is okay, but making a good praline or an excellent praline is more difficult, and it's all about the heatness. So also with this one. So the filling is quite soft with a lot of texture. So we cannot do this into a piping bag, for example. It's very difficult. So we will do it with a spoon, and then I will flatten it out a little bit with a small spatula. But also in this case, it was the same with the beer salad. When you do a molding very thin, for example, you will also end up in the problem with this one. As the filling remains a bit soft, also to reveal a molding of 2 mm. That's why when you do like that often, it's always thick. When you make it, for example, very thin, like 5 mm, your shell needs to be very thin. You put just a little bit of this do-by filling, and then also it's very fragile. It starts to break easily, and also the oil comes out very easily as well because your shell is very thin. So for these applications, please make the molding a little bit more thin. So with a spoon, you just divide the filling on top. Also here, sometimes, especially here in Antwerp, they fill a praline with the marzipan filling, the Antwerpse handjes, the hands of Antwerp. And they scrape it all over the mold. They clean it with a rubber spatula. And maybe you make the reflection, I will do it for this the same, but it's not good. I also did it, again, I talk from experience. And when you put the filling, for example, everywhere, and you remove the exceeded filling with your spatula, I can guarantee you the filling is very fluid, and when you shake it to make it flat, it goes next to your chocolate shell, and your side will be very fatty and oily. So again, a small detail, but it makes a big difference. So, I will flatten it out with a spatula, and also for this, you need to leave open a 2 mm bottom later on to close the tempered chocolates. When you make a praline filling, also what we do a shock cooling. So when you fill your chocolate with praline filling, then you have first the praline tempered at 56 degrees, you fill it, and then also you put the praline mold in a finish of 5 degrees. What you normally don't do with Ganache. Ganache takes longer time to crystallize than 12 hours until the next day at 60 degrees or close to the room temperature. But when you make praline filling, again, to avoid a fat building afterwards, you need to crystallize the praline filling as fast as possible. So please put the mold 5 to maximum 10 minutes into a cold fridge, and then you can take it out and leave it in the fridge of 60 degrees before you close it. So this is also very important to do when you want to avoid fat building. So now here my mold is filled. So what I can do now to make it a bit more flat, you can shake it also on the vibrating table for a couple of seconds. So now it's completely smooth, and there is still space left also to close. A little bit thicker than usual, but again, just to avoid risk when it's too fragile, and also for the family to go more. So in the fridge of 5 degrees for about 5 to 10 minutes. If it takes longer than 10 minutes, for example, to crystallize a praline, you did something wrong. Okay? You didn't add well-tempered chocolate, for example, or the filling was too warm or too cold. So please do respect also the temperature even for the praline. 26 degrees. Let's pop that one out. And then I guess it's time to do the degustation. So I have here a name on the right side for you. I have these pralines with the triple side with the beer inside. It's made with delicious chocolate from Belgium. I love to get that. I really work. And here also I have made a blue bar with the pistachio filling and also the baked caviar. This one I was going to cut into pieces that you can eat, and then all the pralines in the liquor I will put here on the desk in the one. Okay, a suggestion on how to eat: put it a long time in your mouth. Okay? If you bite the top, I'm sure it will be hanging over the thing as well. That's a small tip for you to eat it well. Okay, I hope it was a bit useful as well for you, with a lot of tips and tricks. Enjoy the rest of the day. And if you have questions, please, I will be here around to thank you very much.
Ik geloof dat dat zo meteen terug aan de linkerzijde beschikbaar zal zijn.
Yes. Zo kunt je eigenlijk direct verkopen. Dus je hebt een 30 uur stapje, kosten zal dik niet. Ja. Je kunt dat echt verkopen. Zeker als je wat dikker moet eten, zeg ik dat ook voor gaat.
Dat is de typische fout dat we dat maken.
Ja, dan heb je een ganache. Ik wil zelf zeggen dat je schelp, de bodem is een dik. 25 minuten. Ja, voor de stempel Persoone al gauw, ja. Maar bij de koers spreken we het even, hè. Een klein voetje gemaakt, dus wel in te zetten. En ik heb hem dan hier bonken leggen. En dan hier het koers spreken, maar bijvoorbeeld 50 stukjes te doen. Dus dan uitrekenen in de koersprekers kunnen we weer €20. Iets exclusief plus kunt u hebben. Ja, we kunnen ook de volgende kopen, trouwens van de broodprijs. Die leveren dat ook. Ja, dat is ook een €30 bij mensen. Sinon, si c'est un proche magique, il faut attendre encore quelques heures.
Young generation. No, because he was doubting.
No, it's just to know for the planning.
Sorry, Michel.
Nee, maar dat is
Dat
niet
is
vraag.
enthousiasme, hè? Ah, Bram, Jack doet zich af van wat de suiker is.
eigenlijk niet. Dan hadden we aan een grossist moeten gaan. Ah ja, oké. Met rum, dat kan. Maar dan zou ik eigenlijk... Maar dan zou ik geen bier stoppen. Dan gaan eigenlijk in plaats van die pure alcohol, moeten dan rum stoppen. Eerst. Ik pak een stroom met een stroom van 80%. Ja. Normaal gezien de beste uur stoppen we dan eigenlijk 160 professionele soms van 60 Graag gedaan. Ik kan er even wel opletten. De eerste betaald zien als van It's very good. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Will you beer? You try the beer? Yes. 6 months. If you do it correctly, like I explained, you can have it for 6 months without. But always keep chocolates at 18 degrees. That's yes. Yes. There is one. Let me first remove my cup and I will
$7 meepakken. Op het filmpje die je gaat doen, een inductie. Ik heb wel alles mee.
Zo zit.
Nee, doe maar alsjeblieft. Mijn artikel is als vanaf begin.
Ah, oké.
Ja. En je gaat ook weer de ding doen?
Ja, dan is
Kom nog binnen aan elkaar. Ja, oké. Ja, ook wel ideaal. Met de persoon. Ja, we zijn chef, ja, maar heel veel mensen mogen. Daarom hebben we dan ook de persoon. En ook voor onze infusies te maken. En eigenlijk breken de waterstof wordt de 27 keer verkleed. Dat betekent en dan nog iets smaakzolen dat je verwarmt. Dat is mijn eerste.
Heel persoonlijk is ook al gezien als ze naar rennen.
Ja, dat doen we ook. Ja, dat is waar de persoon uit. Ja, ik ken ook dat gehoord, die chefkut, die wat. Dat is ook niet zo aangenaam. We rijden in een aparte ruimte.
Ja,
Dat te snijden allemaal.
Hetgeen wat ze eigenlijk niet school die machine als die van ouder wordt, leggen ze soms toch wel water spoelen.
Op de pralines, hè? Ja, dat is ook niet ideaal.
Nee, van het snijden, hè. Als je de praat.
Ja, dat is niet qua houdbaarheid. En...
Ja, het is dat.
Nee, dus daarom dan denk ik dat die ultrasonen wel op lange termijn beter gaan zijn. Je kan natuurlijk minder creatief, hè, want het is een groot mes, maar eigenlijk kan je je vierkantjes bij rechthoekjes en lange strakke staafjes. Ja, dat is een...
Mag je die ook maar zetten?
We arroberen dezelfde, maar het is gewoon in Corsica iets in dezelfde als wat ik gegeven staan. Ik ben super content van, super juice. Dus dat werkt veel. Ja, dat is zo.
Maar dan is het ook wel met bier. Als van water
Waar pak je sinaasappels van? Spanje?
Oh nee, ik heb het nu voor.
Ja, natuurlijk.
Ik heb zelfs nooit pompoenhoezen gebruikt. Maar omdat er ook wat dikker is, en je hebt ook nog een bitterheid met wat in zit.
Ja, natuurlijk.
Dus hier uitgesproken aan mijn appelsien. Dus dan heb ik wel wat op. Maar ik hou er ook wel van. Dus dat ik ook niet manchetten zet, die zijn ook wat groter. Je hebt hier van die manchetten die dan dun zijn.
Ja, van die strakke staafjes. Ik ken die inderdaad ook.
Ja, ik heb van die...
Ja. Het is in Engels vandaag.
Hier.
Ja.
Maar is succes. Pump is in my car. I believe that's working. That's more fast.
the chocolate line. In total, we work with 25 people in the kitchen, and in total, we come with 108. So we experiment a lot with different flavors, and the chocolate that I'm going to explain to you today, and that I'm going to make for you, it's a chocolate that I'm already working on since I was 30 years old. Because my hobby when I was younger was growing tomatoes. Every year, my garden, in the garden of my parents, I grow around 400 types of tomatoes, and I make my own crosses of tomatoes. Because yeah, you play a lot, and with that knowledge, I work now on the fermentation as well, making my own strains of criollo. But this is the tomato that I grew when I was 14 years old, and I did a competition in France, and it was the award the best tomato planters in France. And with my own strain, I won the award best tomato of Belgium and France, and I'm the only one in the world with the seeds of my own tomato plant. Unfortunately, now I don't have the time anymore to grow my own plants, so I give my seeds to a local farmer. He grows the tomatoes for me, and when it's harvesting season, we go with the team, we pick the tomatoes, and then we ferment them, because I want to work on a way that it's good and sustainable for the nature, so we don't use any freezer, fridge. So we use the old school method of lacto fermentation. So this is pure tomato. It's a little bit of technical knowledge, so I wrote the paper. So what we did, we have the tomato, we mix it with 2.5% salt, and then we put it in a distillery's glass box. But what is very important is after 3 days, your pH value should be below 4.3%. Because then you don't have any chance to grow E. coli bacteria or bad bacteria. So all the good bacteria can develop in the fermentation. And this is a mixture that we let it ferment for about 8 weeks. And afterwards, we stabilize the fermentation so you don't get any further fermentation when we decide that the taste is what we want. So what we do, we take it out of the glass container, we put it in vacuum bags, and then I stabilize my mixture. So I put it in bags, and then I cook it in water for around 15 seconds at 100 degrees. We take it out, and then we put it back into the glass jars until we want to use it. So you can keep everything at room temperature. Then what you can see after a while, now because I drove from Bruges to here, you can see it's not very nice split, but usually the coloring of the tomato, so it drops to the bottom, and then the top part is completely clear like water. So what we do, we take out the top part, and we make a gel with it. So the idea is we mix it with a little bit of allspice for plantation in Mexico, and the bottom part, we dry it. And I work a lot with different University of Canada, and what we found out is when you have a lacto-fermented substance, when we dry it, it's fat soluble. So we made our own coloring of my own type of tomato to color the design of the bonbon. So you can see this one is mixed with cocoa butter and then sprayed a very thin layer, and then the back is sprayed with green color. But you already have the taste in the shell of the tomato, in the shell of the bonbon. That's for me very important. And then the top part, we made a light shell. Maybe you can start with the gel already. So what we do is we take 590 grams of lacto-fermented tomato water, 460 grams of sugar. You take part of the sugar, you mix it with the yellow pectin, so it's nicely dissolved. And because we already have a very acid base, we don't have to add an acidic product like citric acid solution or ascorbic acid to let it set, because this one is already quite acid in the base itself. The temperature that we go is 102.5 degrees. For me, that's the ideal temperature for this type of gel. The chocolates that we use for molding is also quite special. This is a bean to bar from our plantation in Mexico. So after the 2 fermentations and the plantation, we let it set for around 7 days under the Mexican sun. And because you have 2 main seasons in chocolate harvesting, you have the summer harvest, and then you have the wet period. So the rain, when you have a lot of rain, and the flavor development is completely different. Because this is summer harvest, and you have a lot more acidity in the chocolate itself. So after roasting, we roast for around 120 degrees for around 12 minutes. We let the chocolate age. It's a new technique that we developed.
So after you roast your cocoa beans, you grind it for 48 hours until you have very smooth paste. Then you put it through a strain, and I add koji grains to my chocolates. It's the same grains that you add when you make soy sauce. And the reason why we do it, after 3 months, you have a very umami taste in your chocolate. This is something that I really like. I don't like very sweet. We see all the chocolate as a dish, because all of the guys that work in our kitchen team, they are not chocolate makers. They come from all restaurants all over the world. So we use all different techniques to incorporate into our chocolate bonbons. So it's quite experimental, everything. And not everything works, but when it works, it's very cool. So now the juice is heating up. If you have any questions, you can stop me. If you want to know some more things, more technical. So this is 590 grams of tomato juice. And it's also very nice when you do a rapid fermentation. Your product is full of probiotic now, so it's very healthy as well. I don't know with the technical. Yeah. You know, Jack, how it works, TV? You can see. Anders wil ik aan geen andere ja. Perfect, thank you. It's switched on, so you can switch where we we make also our own misos, so we try to eliminate salt as much as possible. And once they have a salty taste in caramels or in ganaches, we try to use a lot of our own misos as well. This is live stream or it's just for here? Or you don't know? Because I'm now working on quite a secret project. 2 years ago, people of food pairing came to me and they wanted to make a chocolate together for people with throat cancer. So I worked together with Professor Thomas Moore, and what we found out is after chemotherapy, your flavor taste buds they change. So what we did, we did some tests in different hospitals, and blindfolded we let people taste strawberry, mint, tomato, chocolate, spicy, all different things. And then after their first chemotherapy, blindfolded we let them taste exactly the same things. And what we found out is that strawberry and mint are the two flavors that are more hardest to identify after chemotherapy. So what we did a research after saliva, and we made artificial saliva. So the first layer of the chocolate, it's a sourdough chocolate, so you have a very acidic chocolate, a layer of artificial saliva, and then a layer of strawberry and mint. We gave it to the people with throat cancer, and what we found out is that the flavor came back, so they could taste back the ingredients that were difficult to identify before. So then that's what we did 2 years ago, and now I'm working on a new project, is how the medical world and chocolate can identify cancer. Okay, so the temperature is now 102.5 degrees. We put it now in a different container to let it cool down. Usually we let it set overnight, and the day after we mix it with a hand blender, and then you can use it in your baking fillings. Now, so to continue my story, we're making now chocolate with contrast liquids. So it's the idea is that we gave, because now the idea is when you go to a hospital and they want to do a research on your throat, people have to bite in a sandwich dipped in contrast liquid. It's a very terrible taste, and it's also very difficult because you have to chew and swallow on command. So what we did now, we made a chocolate, and when you bite in it and you have to swallow, they take a scan with an X-ray, and then you can see where the throat cancer is located. So medicine, chocolate, and thinking outside the box can really improve not only the sweet world, but also medicine world or the fashion world. That's also something we work a lot with different designers, this one, Van Beerdon, Delvaux, and I think when you think outside the box and see chocolate not just as a sweet thing, but really as a design piece or an artistic thing, you can play a lot. Like what Van Beerdon wanted to do something with the flavor of aliens. For me, the flavor of aliens what reminded me of Alien, and for me it was an octopus. So what we did, I made a soy sauce base, so koji fermentation with octopus, and I made a wine gum in the shape of an octopus tentacle. I placed it in a chocolate together with a cherry blossom caramel. So the idea is on the catwalk, people bite in the chocolate and you pull with your teeth the octopus tentacle out of your mouth. So laying it up is very cool. So now, my boy is going to fill our gel. So this is our last fermented tomato gel with allspice. All the herbs that we use in the chocolate line plantation, like vanilla, cardamom, cinnamon, it's all ground in Mexico. Who wants to try it? Tomato gel.
Please. Ik kan op je hand anders doen, ik kan anders missen.
Hij zit hier op de laptop.
Ja, het is dat. Liever niet. Yes. Please. So, when you taste it now, it's quite acid, salty, but when you will taste it afterwards in combination with the bean to bar chocolates, olive oil and sea salt, the flavor is really boosting everything up.
It smells amazing.
Thank you so much. Please. Please.
Je zoekt een vergelijking. Het is niet te vergelijken met niks.
Nee, het is inderdaad, je proeft wel tomaat, maar het is umami, het is parmesan cheesy.
Niet zoet, niet zout, niet zuur, niet bitter. Het zit allemaal tussenin.
Ja, inderdaad.
Compliment.
Dankjewel, merci. Alsjeblieft.
Dus 460 gram suiker. Ja, inderdaad. Wij halen eigenlijk een deel van die suiker eruit om op voorhand met je pectine te mengen op die mooie gelijkheid. Ja, inderdaad. Hele pectine, 12 gram hele pectine. Okay, so the next part is our ganache. So this is the base of the filling. So this is bean to bar 100% cocoa mass aged with koji grains. It's very acid, it's very bitter. If you want to try it, please be my guest. It's much more nice when you combine it with cream and with different spices. But if you want to try it, please be my guest. But this is really pure criollo, criollo porcelano, but without any sugar. It's very acidic. So to make our ganache, we have 280 grams of cream, 35% fat, 80 grams of glucose, DE level 60, 60 grams of sorbitol liquid, You can choose liquid or powder form. I prefer liquid form because it dissolves much more nicely into your ganache. 20 grams of dextrose, 70 grams of inverted sugar. The reason why we go quite high with inverted sugar is because we have a lot of cocoa fiber into your ganache because we use very acidic, high fiber chocolate. Then we add 30 grams of clarified butter, then 73% of the chocolate cocoa mass. I use around 450 grams chocolate, 0.66 grams salt, and 40 grams of huacatai. Huacatai is a type of herb that grows in our plantation in Mexico. So, if you want to try it, it's a very specific flavor, and we use it a lot in different fillings. We have also an ultrasound machine in our production. So this machine, because you have very high vibration, you can break your water molecule 25 times, and you can make natural perfumes out of your herbs. So this is what we usually do with fresh herbs. And we're just going to check what we need for the filling, and then afterwards you guys can taste it. Okay. So please, if you want, take a leaf and try it.
Why you don't use only the coconut in the recipe? You instead use chocolate.
Well, the reason in some of our recipes we go for 100% cocoa mass. In other recipes we make blends, but usually I make 3 types of blends because we see it like a perfume. You have the head, the bottom, and the tail, and the first thing that's come to your mouth, second and third. But usually in all the recipes it's a percentage of cocoa mass, always, and then in combination with a different type of chocolate or pure cocoa mass, it depends really. It's aged, it's really something completely different.
Very easy to do. I use a different coconut and it's more acidic.
Yes.
This is you use it to make mousse.
Yeah, truffles, chocolate everything.
The sugar I can add to the cream.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So what we do now is we heat up our cream together with our sugars. Let me check for time. Guys, if you have any questions, please ask it.
Can we make a photo of the recipe or is it?
No, you can take a picture, of course. We use it fresh because otherwise the problem is when you go to around 60-70 degrees to make your ganache, you lose a bit your freshness of the herb. But yeah, if this is a harvest from this morning, then usually we make first the ultrasound infusion cold with the cream. So I put my cream together with my herbs under the blade and it vibrates very loud. And then you have already like the fresh flavor here. If you heat it up, you have like bitter notes at the bottom. So that's something that we try to eliminate as much as possible. Yes. So temperature we go now is around 57 degrees. Because for me it's ideally quite afterwards. Usually we use a Stefan blender to mix under vacuum. So you don't have any air bubbles into your filling.
So now we're going to add our clarified butter, and we're going to add as well the citrus, the Wagemaker. This is a recipe with a shelf life of around 2 months. For me, it's ideal. So when you make it, it goes to our store, and then what we tell the people when they buy chocolates, if you have 1 month shelf life, so you have a backup plan always. The temperature that we want to go to at the end is 33.5 degrees. It's the ideal temperature to pipe your ganache. Usually when you go higher, you destroy the structure of your cocoa butter. When you go lower, your cocoa butter is in some parts not correctly dissolved. So the ideal temperature for us is 33.5. Usually when you make frame ganaches, that's all the temperature that we add magic temper or creamy cocoa butter as well. Mostly in our fillings we add 1% of creamy cocoa butter. Magic temper, yes. Ja, inderdaad, die liever maalt zijn. Maar natuurlijk, this one is mixed with pepper mix, but usually when you do it in stick-pan, under pressure, it's more nicely dissolved. You want to try? Please.
Oh, sorry, man. Yes. Alsjeblieft, voilà. Alsjeblieft. Alsjeblieft. Alsjeblieft.
Nee, dankjewel.
Alsjeblieft. 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 Ah, natuurlijk. Alsjeblieft. Bro, please. Alsjeblieft. 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 Yes, please. Alsjeblieft.
Ja, inderdaad. Dus een beetje koriander en leun, citrus. Ja. Okay, now, so the ganache is going to be piped again, inside. And what we do with ganache, we usually let it set overnight as well. The day after, we close it. malt, it's around 90 to 22% water inside. Not higher than that. Ja, inderdaad. Dan die ganache. En dan in je schelp zit dan die gedroogde fermenteerde tomaten kleur eigenlijk ook al. Die ook al heel veel smaak had. Ja, die wordt volledig van ganache gelaten. En dan om je kleuren goed te laten uitkomen, ja, titandioxide mag niet meer. Wat dat wij altijd doen is 30% calciumcarbonaat eraf spuiten. Als je het vandaan weer. Je weet, ja, bij natuurlijk weer gemakkelijk, maar ik vandaan is meestal dat we doen. Oké, goed. Dan ga ik eruit slaan. Alsjeblieft. Also very important, we don't want to make chocolates that you eat in front of the TV while watching a show. For us, it's very important that you really touch the chocolate, that you analyze the chocolate, and that you really think about all the different steps. So please, if you want to try it, please be my guest.
Julius, een foto van je rug maken, dan is het ja, van die tekst. Die vind ik wel. Ja, dankjewel.
We zijn van die slogan is eigenlijk, we waren uitgenodigd op de nieuwjaarsparty bij de Hells Angels.
Oh ja.
En dan zijn we eigenlijk tot de slogan gekomen.
Dat is zo, hè?
Yes, of course. If you want to take a picture of the recipe, guys. Or you can have them. So thank you everybody, and have a wonderful day today. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to call me or ask. Thank you so much. Inderdaad, een beetje hetzelfde systeem. Ja. Wel anders kun je dat eigenlijk niet zeggen. Want in het begin, ja, we werken heel veel samen met steken of salven met alles is opgestuurd. Dus zeker dat er geen salven bacteriën zijn. Maar je hebt dan nog wat problemen met de temperatuur van buiten. Het is ook zo dat het niet geschikt voor de stand van de fermentatie. Je moet ook echt wachten totdat de vocht in de water inderdaad. Maar als we ons steeds meer bezig aan iets liggen in de diepvries op de koelkast, dan wat dat eigenlijk. Dat is eigenlijk iets mixen van onze vandaag. Ja, ja. Nou, eigenlijk nu hebben we gewoon een mix. Eigenlijk zit een mix in de koelkast in onze rook. Laten we die ongeveer 14 minuten heel goed breken. Dan mengen we de waterstukken moleculen in aroma van de master breken. Dat gebruikt in de mix. En dan nadien koopt het. Dat is een algemeen. Ja, inderdaad.
Vorig jaar ben ik kilometer door de van ons stad.
Ah, oké, mat. Ah, oké. Cool. Tuurlijk.
Wat wie weet, altijd wie weet. Dus dat is een mogelijkheid.
Maar ik heb ook gelijk op en af gedaan, dus dat mogelijk, maar je gaat dan 3 weken doen, dan kun je dat wel bij. Zoals dat bij jullie ook kunnen blijven. Als we een 3 of 4 wordt.
Maar ik heb dus nog even nodig voor de
Ja, zeker.
Kijk, de Wikipedia staat in beeld.
Ja, we zijn een beetje voor timing met de opzoek.
Maar moest er iets zijn, laat het weten.
Wat zijn?
Ja.
Dat proper in. Ik hou het goed van de ik kan wel eens hier onder.
Ja.
Dat die even zwart.
Ja, dat zijn het, ja.
Hij staat verslutten aan.
source that you store with the air pressure. This one.
Yeah. Ja, het
Is it okay? We take a look of, can you put it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll temper it first. Yeah.
Okay.
We have to, it's just like chocolate, right? You need to temper it. Yeah, so it depends on the colour. There's different types of colour. Sometimes certain colours. No, but there's different viscosities. Like this, where it's a colour where the pigment's dissolved into the cocoa, but it tends to be quite fluid. So I would spray that lower, at 28 degrees or so. Whereas something like white or gold, for example, where the colour's suspended rather than dissolved, they're normally a bit thicker, so you can spray that at 30, for example. So assuming you've got these 5 crystals on the belt, so
How long let you dry in the mold?
Yeah, so
Is that 1 day? 1 day or 1 hour?
I'm going to try and do it in an hour. I wouldn't normally, but I've only got an hour, so I'm going to try and do the whole. I'm trying to do the whole one in an hour.
In bag, more shiny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it works.
Roxanne, have you got scissors? Sorry.
So today we're going to make try and make an entire spray molding bonbon in the 1 hour time slot that we have. And we're going to do a vanilla caramel, just a caramel hazelnut cheesecake bonbon. And that's going to consist of a caramel layer, a nice soft caramel layer, then a smooth hazelnut frosting with a little bit of dark chocolate, and then what we're going to do rather than frosting because we're not going to put any sugar in it, but I don't want to over sweeten everything with chocolate shell and caramel. And then we're going to do a biteable cookie base, which is going to be made up of white chocolate with some fondant and some salt here. And we're also going to spray molds 2 different colours with an airbrush, so lots to do. Anyone got any questions? Okay, right, well, I'll start off with the caramel, because we're going to have to wait for that to cool down. So I'm going to do a dry caramel here, but you can do, I prefer dry caramels just for smaller volume, like this, but if you wanted to do a bigger volume in your production or whatever you're doing, I would always maybe just do a wet caramel instead, because dry caramel you're constantly adding sugar, wet for it to melt, adding sugar, wet for it to melt, whereas wet caramels you can just kind of put the sugar and water in there, glucose, and just set and forget it. So this is all new equipment to me, so just bear with me while I work out how the top works. This is quite a small recipe, only enough to do 1 or 2 molds due to the time constraints of the demo. So did everyone see that one? Yeah. Not that there. Okay, so whilst my sugar is starting to melt, you can do this by temperature or just by eye if you've got the experience. I'm going to take this to about 192 centigrade, so fairly deep in terms of colour and flavour. But it's completely up to you where you would take this. This depends on your market and your customer. When you're doing this, I would always take it low and slow, just so you don't risk burning your sugar before any of the rest of it is melted. You see that the pan is smoking here, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. This doesn't mean that the sugar is burning. I'm just going to watch it and make sure there's no dark colours being taken on here. Because this is a dry caramel, I can stir it. There's a lot of myths out there as to whether you can stir caramel or not. Generally, when people say you can't stir caramel, they're referring to the wet kinds before the caramelization starts to happen. So I wouldn't stir a wet caramel sort of keeping below 150. So that's a very quick process there. Can everyone see that? Very quite dark caramel. You can double check it if you want. I'm just going to go for it. I've got my heated butter, cream and glucose as well as some salt in this pan here. And because I've preheated it, I don't need to worry as much about shocking the caramel. If you preheat your liquids before you add them to your sugar, it won't shock your caramel, whereas if you add cold cream, cold butter to a caramel, you really need to go very, very slow. So now that that's in there, I'm going to bring it back for the second cook. So I'm looking to take this to about 111 or 12 degrees Celsius. For any sort of pipeball texture here, you can go anywhere from up to 114 degrees Celsius down to sort of 108, 109. It really depends on the sort of texture you want. If you want a really nice, fluid caramel that runs straight out of the shell when you play into it, go down to maybe 108. If you want something that's really gooey, fit, almost too thick to pipe, you can go to 114, 115. So here I'm just going to go to 112 and try and get somewhere in the middle. I my fault here, or is it just me? Okay, well I'm about 106.5, 107 at the minute. Anyone got any questions about what I just said? No. You can ask questions, guys. This is the point, you know. Constantly just moving the whisk along the bottom just to prevent any catching. When I try and cook caramel, I always try and cook it on a sort of medium high temperature. I don't want to go too high, so I risk just burning the bottom of the pan for no reason. So there we are. 111.5, so I'm going to take it off because it's just going to carry on going that last little bit. 112. At least the screen's working. It's not that is done. So I'm going to get this straight in the bag and get it cooling down as soon as possible so we can move on to the next step. You could also emulsify chocolate in here if you wanted to. I'm personally not going to because I just want caramel flavouring and there's enough sweetness in there. Enough by the time we need it. So next thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the decoration of the bonbon. So I've got a Chocolate World 2116 mold here, but any kind of smooth dome surface mold will do for this design I'm going to do. Anything with too many ridges or too many fine details, you're not going to get the pattern through. And it's also just not very fun if you need to polish or clean and if something goes wrong. So, wipe my thermometer off. 2 seconds guard. So I've got some gold cocoa butter here. This is just a off-the-shelf chocolate you can get from Chocolate World over there. Does anyone know about the different types of cocoa butter colours and how they behave differently? So I'll give you a quick rundown. So we have what we call type A, type B and type C, and they're all differentiated based off of how the colour is dissolved or suspended into the cocoa butter. So all coloured cocoa butters are just cocoa butter and whatever the colouring pigment is. So type A would usually be your primary colours, and it's defined by any kind of colour that dissolves into the fat itself. So where the pigment actually dissolves away into the cocoa butter, that's type A. They tend to enjoy being applied at slightly lower temperatures, just because they're quite fluid in their viscosity. So by spraying a type A, you want to apply that at about 28 degrees Celsius. The cocoa butter. Then we have our type C colours, which are type B colours, which are usually defined by their opacity. So type A colours are usually translucent in nature. So if you back them with a milk or a dark shell, they're going to look a lot darker compared to a white chocolate shell. Type B colours, on the other hand, tend to have full opacity. So think of your white and your black here in this mainly. Obviously in the EU, I'm guessing where most of you come from today, E171 is banned, so you can't use that anymore as a opacity agent, but you can use things like calcium carbonate. I don't know if E172 for the black is still around. 2 seconds, I've got to just warm this a bit. So yes, type B colours defined by their opacity, and the difference between type A and type B is that the pigments in it, so white or black, aren't actually dissolved into the cocoa butter. So I don't know if I've got an example here. Let me see. So for example, this is yellow, but have you ever melted some white and black cocoa butter before for a long time and it started to separate like this? Yeah, that's because the colours, the pigment doesn't actually dissolve into the cocoa butter. So if I shake this now, the suspension of the pigment particles will make it all look nice and yellow. But if you left it for a few hours, eventually those pigments are going to separate. So that is a type B because we're normally working on a suspension. And then lastly we have type C colours, which are basically just kind of any pearlescent metallic colour. And these behave very similarly to type B in terms of thicknesses and application temperatures. Type B is like to be a little bit thicker. You can apply a type B to a mold as high as 30 degrees. And then the type C, for optimal results, you can spray that at about 29 degrees. Now this is all quite fine details here. You can still temper your cocoa butter and apply it at a higher temperature. But sometimes, depending how warm your kitchen is, your colours might start to run in the mould as you're spraying them. Has anyone seen that before? Where you spray a nice mould and you temper your colour and then you just get a little puddle there. It's quite heartbreaking, I wouldn't say. That's why I would pay attention to those temperatures, but also just to bear in mind your kitchen temperature as well. That's going to have a big impact. And also the mould temperature on application. So, anyone know why you shouldn't have your molds too cold when you apply cocoa butter? Because I'd say it's fairly obvious to everyone here why you wouldn't do it too warm. You knock out temperature and it won't bland properly and it won't hold. But a lot of people have a tendency to put these in the fridge and then they spray them and the mold is anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees. And if they operate is setting really quick, and then when they come to do a tap out, all the colour stuck to the mould. And basically all you achieve there is over crystallization. So rather than under crystallizing your cocoa butter and not tempering properly, as soon as that cocoa butter hits the mould, crystals are nucleating quicker than they can cool, and that's when you're going to get left with cocoa butter also stuck in the mould. So it's a fun ingredient to work with, isn't it? So my goal with cocoa butter is tempered and ready. So what I've done in the background is just heated it up to about 40 degrees Celsius, where all of the different beta crystals in the cocoa butter have melted. And then I've taken it all the way down to 26, brought it back up to 30, and then I brought it back down to 26. Now, that's a bit long-winded and convoluted. I'm doing that because I need the optimal application temperature for the colour. But if you have some kind of cocoa butter incubator or silk machine in your production, you can just take this down to, let's say, 28, the temperature you want to apply it to, and just add in your 0.5 lumps of silk. And that large concentration of butyrate crystals in the cocoa butter will start to rapidly spread in your cocoa butter. So I'm going to use an airbrush for this design. And we're going to do what I like to call a kind of fireball design. So I'm just going to use the pressure of the airbrush, assuming it's all plugged in properly, which it's not. I'm going to use the pressure of the airbrush to create a nice ripple effect. See that? Okay, you can just maybe see me on the screen here. So what I'm going to do is start off by letting air out of the mold. I will slowly let out my desired amount of colour, and then I will come off the trigger and just let more air out again. And that's going to create really nice, fine, rippling patterns in your cocoa butter. And it's going to be very apparent when we spray this with black after this. This design works really well normally with contrasting colours, so gold is a light colour, black is a dark colour, or you could do vice versa, you could do black or white line, for example. this is also quite a production efficient design, if that's what you're concerned about. We all know we can spend a long time painting molds to make a lovely design, but if you can't spray 500 or 1,000 of them, or however much your volume is, then you're not going to be in business for very long. So can everyone see what I'm doing? I'm going to just try and hold it up here. I'm going to start off on the trigger, let a bit of air out, and then slowly come off. You can play with this depending on what kind of circle you want. So I could just do on the gas the whole time and make more of a circle. I could just do come further away a little bit and do more of a faded circle. I could do a small circle, or I could do a big circle that really takes up the entire mold, and then come all the way off the airflow, off the cocoa butter flow, sorry, until I've got, you want to see the ripples there, just about. I'm just going to go through and do sort of regular size circles here. This is why the application temperature of the cocoa butter is especially important for designs like this, where I need these ripples to hold where they are. If my cocoa butter was too warm, kitchen was too warm, or something was off, the rings that I've created will all just fall back in, and I won't get the desired effect of ripples. But you can see how this can be quite an efficient design as well. Whether it's yourself or other chocolatiers, you can just run through a mold fairly quick like this. One thing as well for this design is you want to be quite close into the mold when you're spraying. If I'm all the way back here, there's too much overspray going around the outside. I'm not going to get a nice neat circle. So I just want to be really close, and then I can come away as I start letting air out for the second time. So leave that there and do the other one. Anyone got any questions so far? No? Is anyone just too shy to ask a question? I'm just going to speed run through this. Then, if I've done my job properly, this cocoa butter should start crystallizing fairly quickly. We can move on to the black pretty soon afterwards. I often get a lot of questions about how long should you leave a mold after spraying before spraying the next colour. And I would just say, as long as the cocoa butter is starting to dry and you can see that it's got a matte surface and it starts to dry, then you can carry on and spray the next colour. As long as it's not still wet and you're going to blow through your own design, then that's fine. So, I'm just going to have to rinse. I'm going to have to clean out my airbrush hopper. So I'm sorry if forever at Chocolate World has to watch this. I'm pretty sure it's Bram. Bram's gone home now, so it's not my problem when he comes back in. No big deal. A lot of people also think you need to actually wash the guns between uses. I find this just a waste of time. There's only cocoa butter and colours going through there, so unless you have some kind of allergen cross-contamination that I don't know what that would be, then I don't see a reason for needing to spend time taking this apart and washing it. I will just flush through the next colour. So whilst we temper the next colour, I'm just going to pop this back into this melter here and just make sure it's nice and warm through. Again, if you have a heat gun or something, you can do the same. We don't need masses of heat here, we just need enough that's going to keep everything in the gun nice and fluid. So now I've got some black cocoa butter here. Right, there we go. So I've got some is black cocoa right here. I've done the same thing. I've cooked it to about 40 degrees Celsius, just so all the fat crystals properly dissolve. I have brought it down. We're sitting at about 28 now. So if you had silk, then you can just add in, and you can just add your silk in and go. But because we don't have silk today, I would need to bring this back up to the 31, 32, so that we're left with just the V5 crystals, and then we can bring it back down. So bear with me a second. Microwave, you just got to be a little bit careful, depending how powerful your microwave is. Otherwise you can overdo it. Give it just by a few seconds. So I need to cool this back down now all the way to 28, 29 degrees Celsius. So if you don't temper your cocoa butter, you'll have you'll have very mixed results. So you'll have some batches that come away really nice, and then you'll have some where they stick, and you'll wonder why. And usually, if you're not tempering that, that will be why. But there's other reasons why. The cocoa butter, you could, and it's just going to fitting up, so you're going to need a bigger air roll. Are you asking how much to cover? So most colours, if you're going to make them yourself, are about 10% saturation. 5 to 10% depending how bright you want it to be. So if I've got a kilo of cocoa butter, I would add 100 grams of this E172 black iron oxide or whatever. And then that's the same if you're going to do a blend. So if you're going to make yellow, you need 5% of if you're going to make green, sorry, then you need 5% yellow, 5% of blue, or change it up depending on what the shade you're going for is. Gold, yeah, gold's the same. So if you do 10%, you're going to have a really vivid gold because there's more flakes floating around in the gold in the suspension. If you do less, it might have something more muted because there's less gold flakes actually floating around in this cocoa butter. It also depends on the rules in whatever country you're doing it in. There might be restrictions in how much you can put in and stuff like that. So we're nearly there now. I've just got a little gastro here of cold water. You can do ice water if you want to speed it up. Or you can table it as well if you want to do that, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to make a mess on the world on the table. Right, 28.5 should just be about perfect. Now I'm just going to backspray this with black. If you want maximum efficiency when you're doing this, I advise you to go for a more powerful gun with a bigger hopper than I've got here. You can go for a high volume, low pressure setup, or just a compressor with a big hopper and maybe a slightly bigger nozzle. I'm not sure what the nozzle size on this is. I think it's 0.8 because the gold passed through quite nicely. But I wouldn't recommend going below the 0.8mm nozzle, just because, especially with the pearlescent colours, sometimes they will block up at 0.5. But any bigger than 0.8, so if you go up to 1mm, 1.2, you're just wasting cocoa butter in thin air. So we've all seen overspray when it bounces back off the mould. That's just money going into the egg. So you don't want that. I'm just going to start spraying this. Because it's black and we're going to do a dark chocolate shell, I can get away with quite a thin coat here. I'm not too worried about the chocolate shell colour going through, because again, black and dark chocolate are very, very similar. So I'm only going to spray two sides of these molds. Whereas some colours, if you really want to ensure full coverage, you're going to need to spray all four sides. Normally I would say wear a mask for this as well, because you don't want to breathe in cocoa butter and vaporised colours, but here we are. I'll just soothe chocolate well if I develop some kind of condition down the line. So I'm trying to do this so you can see. I don't know if anyone can see the first coat of cocoa butter is already starting to slowly crystallise. See that? If you have a more industrial setup, you can have a holder set up like in a little booth. So now I've got my mould here. A lot of people will be tempted to leave it like this and end up spreading all that cocoa butter back in there when they're done. That's such a waste, I think. You're just wasting money here. Cocoa butter is coloured cocoa butter is quite expensive. I know that doesn't look like a lot, but if I'm doing 100, 200 moulds, over time, over the course of a year, that's going to be a lot of money saved there as opposed to buying it or making it yourself. We have our finished design there. I'll just quickly run through and get this other lot sprayed. Any questions? No, yes, no. So now, in an ideal world, when you're doing a big batch, you can leave this to crystallise for at least an hour or two. I don't have an hour or two, so I'm going to just I'm going to chance it and try and just get away with it anyway. The reason you want to make sure you leave them long enough is so the cocoa butter can crystallise properly. Otherwise, when you make your shell and vibrate the excess chocolate out, sometimes if you haven't left it long enough, you'll see the colour start to run because it hasn't fully crystallised and the heat of your tempered chocolate has melted it again. So we want to avoid that. But, you know, I don't have these luxuries today, but we're just gonna go for it and see. I'll just do 2 moulds and I won't bore you with anything else. Okay, I'm just going to scrape away the excess. You always want to be vertical here. If you start scraping it like this, you're pushing all the excess back into your cavity. It's just going to create an uneven coat, which is then going to cause it to contract at different strengths. This is more important when we come to make the chocolate shell, but still quite vaguely. So, got those 2 moulds there. It's just starting to crystallise now. I assume it's quite warm in here. It's 22 degrees, so a little bit on the warm side. Not too warm, but if I was spraying, I'd want it to be anywhere between 19 and 20. Anything above 22, 23 is going to be so especially 23. So questions so far? No. Sorry? Someone say no? That would be perfect. At that temperature, probably just an hour, or maybe 2 hours. But at 16 degrees, all the cocoa butter crystals will nucleate and crystallize. So that's really ideal. If it's a bit warmer, that's fine. It's just, what you don't want to do is put them straight into a cold fridge, which ironically is what we're going to do now. Cool them down. But if you put them straight into a cold fridge, again, they could over-crystallize, and then you'll have stuck colour, and you would have wasted all that time tempering the lovely colours, spraying your design, and then being sad at the end. But we don't have much time, so these are going to go in here. Stand up. If you're going to put them in the fridge, if you're going to do that, just do it for about 5 minutes and then come back and check it. And then if it needs another 5 minutes, again, put it back 5 minutes and check it. Don't leave it in there too long. Because also then you're going to have to wait longer for it to cool down when you want the shell. Because if you do your shell when it's too cold, chocolate will over-crystallize, and the same thing will happen. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for that, we can quickly just assemble the second layer of this bonbon. We've already got the caramel, which is actually cooling down fairly nicely. I might need to decant it into a different way. We'll see. We're going to do the hazelnut Ganache element of it. I call it the Ganache. It's not really, because it's 80% nuts and 20% sugar and 20% chocolate. But there's also no sugar in this, so it's not technically a praline either. I'm not really sure what we would call it, but I'm just going to go for a Ganache. So I've got about 260 grams of hazelnuts here. I don't know if you talk about put the recipes in anything. My apologies, I will. If anyone wants the recipe, just send me a message and I'll send it. So that is just hazelnuts and salt there. Again, these are, sorry, salt. Off the top of my head, I think it was 2 grams, but I'll double check. I looked at my phone when I weighed it out. I think it was 2 grams. So you'll see in all the filling layers I'm doing here, that I'm going to put salt in every single one. Not because I want the chocolate to be overly salty, but because just like savoury food, we always apply salt to savoury food to season it and amplify the flavour. But sometimes people are scared to do that with chocolate and bonbons. And the same principle still applies. The salt is going to amplify the hazelnut flavour, the caramel flavour, the whatever flavour you're doing. Specifically, if we were making a fruit flavour, I know we're not today, but if we were making a fruit-focused flavour, I often like to put a little pinch of citric or malic acid into those fillings as well. If you're making a gel or some kind of fat liquid, then you've got to do that anyway as a setting agent. But in terms of just a ganache or a caramel, that citric or malic acid will also really set up your fruity flavour a bit, as opposed to, say, if you do a cooked fruit caramel, it might taste quite cooked. If you see what I mean, the fruit won't taste as fresh as if you put some citric acid in there. So that's a nice little tip. So anyway, just got a standard food processor here. If you wanted to make this really smooth, then you could process this first and then into a mélangeur. But today I'm just going to have a more coarse filling. Powerful processors like RoboCoops, etc. can get it almost all of the way there, but I'm just going to turn it on as well. It's not plugged in. On the maximum speed for a bit. I'm just going to wash my hands. hazelnuts are quite high in fat content out of all the nuts. Things like hazelnuts, almonds, pecans are all floating around the sort of 70% fat content range, which means they're going to liquefy really easily and be quite fluid, as opposed to some other nuts like pistachio, peanuts, sesame seeds, I don't know some nuts, but those have a lower fat content, usually about maybe 50 or even 40. So you never get the taste to be quite as fluid as a hazelnut one, which is just something to bear in mind when you're thinking about how easy it is to type of filling or whatever like that. Because these mixes are so powerful, they're pretty much already done. We've got our sorted hazelnut paste here. Same principle applies to any nut in general. Now, if you have coconut butter silk or something like that in your production, you can quite easily temper this filling as well. Does anyone know why we temper filling at all? So we always temper chocolate and colours, but fillings, you don't have to temper, but if you're thinking from a shelf life point of view and an aesthetic point of view, especially with very fatty fillings like pralines and gandhias, these have a lot of what we call lauric fats or lauric acids in them, which are basically just the liquid nut fats that are liquid at room temperature. So what that means is that each filling will want to migrate quicker than normal than say a lower fat filling like a Ganache where a lot of the fat is coconut butter. These fillings will want to fat migrate into your shell quicker. I'm sure we've all had one where they're shiny for a few weeks or a month and then they go dull. Has anyone had that? No one knows why. Normally that's because fat migration has happened quite quickly, but those liquid fats from the outside, from the inside of your filling, want to push out and escape the chocolate. But if we temper the filling, then we can eliminate that. So if you're going to temper any kind of nut grenadine or a praline, you need to do it a bit lower than regular chocolate, because you've got to account for these. You've got to account for the nut fats and the lauric fats in here, slowing the crystallization process down for the cocoa butter in your praline or ganache. So if you say dark chocolate temper at 31, for example, you might set your nut grenadine or praline at 25 or 26, because the lauric fats in these nut praline are going to make everything crystallize a lot slower, and it's just going to bring it down because of the nut fats in the lauric, because of the lauric fats in the nuts. Sorry, it's going to keep your filling fluid at a lower temperature, so you can get away with tempering it at a lower temperature, and your filling will crystallize faster in the mold. So I just need a spatula, which I think is around here. 2 seconds. I've got to go and clean this. So I'm just going to check on my molds. Okay, so this is kind of what you're looking for now. You can see the matte texture here. These molds have started to crystallize. The coconut has started to crystallize nicely. A good test, if you want to know if your cocoa butters are one, tempered correctly, and two, crystallized enough to shell, is that if you wear a glove and shut your finger, if that cocoa butter kind of sets, melts instantly on your finger like this has, it's not quite ready to shell. If I were to shell this now, the heat of the tempered chocolate will knock all of this out of crystallization and my colour will run. So I'm just going to have to wait, hopefully it's another 5 minutes or so. you can kind of customize the recipe however you want in terms of how much chocolate and which chocolate you put in there. I'm going to do dark today, partially because I put it in the machine and it sets nice and quickly, but this also works really well with milk chocolate or white chocolate might add sweetness to it if you're doing a darker chocolate shop. I am going to add in about 80 grams of dark chocolate here. Just because I really want to focus on the flavour of the hazelnuts more than anything else. I need some kind of cocoa butter fat in there. One to help it set, and I also need some of the sugar from the chocolate so that we're not just eating unsweetened salted nut butter. So that might be too much. 87. We'll take that. Doesn't really matter for the purposes of the demonstration. So this chocolate is tempered already, provided that my nut paste is the right temperature. We could just temper this filling straight off that with the dark chocolate without using silk. The nut paste is at about 29 degrees, which is good because it means it's going to be cold enough that the beta 5 crystals in the tempered chocolate won't melt and dissipate. Don't forget that the salt is in here as well. I'm not adding any inclusions to this layer because they're going to be in the final biscuit crumb layer. But these types of fillings, all of these fat-based fillings are really good for adding inclusions because there is no water content in any of these fillings, which means the texture, the crunch, whatever your inclusion is protected by the fat. If you ever try to add stuff like popping candy or voiding to a ganache and then wonder why it's gone soggy after 1 or 2 days or it's lost the spot, that's why. Whereas any type of fat-based filling, so praline, grandia, or you can even make what I like to call a no-nut grandia, which would be something like chocolate and added fat to soften it up, like vegetable oil, coconut oil or something like that. That would also work, and then you can flavour that with maybe you might flavour it with spice drops or a spice infusion, and then you can have different textural crunches in there, and still get a nice kind of soft, silky, janduary texture whilst having the crunch in there because of the fat-based fillings. So that's the janduary there, very simple. Important thing we need here is because we're doing a 3-layer bonbons, we've sprayed with 2 colours. That's already a lot of work for me as a chocolatier, right? So it's a lot of work to be doing. So the best thing I can do is to make it a bit easier for myself by picking at least fillings that are easy to make ahead of time. Like I could have this nut paste prepared ahead of time. I could even have the janduia prepared in a warm cabinet or something ready to go. I can have caramel made the day before, 2 bags ready to go. Likewise for this, we make this. That's going to be ready now. It's all going to sit here ready for assembly. Hopefully, our shells are ready. Our molds are ready for some shelling now. Now, my finger lingered for a couple of seconds there, and it didn't melt straight away on my hand. So I'm going to take that as a good sign. I'm going to let these just try and come up to room temperature a bit more. They are quite cold now, so I don't want to shock anything too much. What we'll do is we'll make the final filling layer while we wait. So this is going to be a kind of prideful cookie biscuit base. I really like these because they're very versatile again, just like the Junkus. They're completely fat based. You can use any chocolate you like. We're going to do white chocolate here. And in this case, I've kept it simple. I've just got some 14 and some salt, but you can do crushed biscuits or some other kind of texture that you want to do. You can also flavour this with spice drops. You can do different chocolates, gold, white, milk, whatever you want. And also, if you want a softer texture on the final product, there's two ways you can go about it. One, you can use 100% white chocolate like I'm going to do here, which is going to set up a little bit softer than the customer's eating room temperature. Or you can add some kind of lower fat to it again, like coconut oil or clarified butter or something like that, to give it a slightly softer texture while still protecting the filling inside. So once again, I'm just going to go and wash this up. Bear with me. Has anyone got any questions so far about the process? Yeah? It's not about avoiding the gianduja being liquid, because whether I temper this or not, it's going to set in the bonbon anyway, and I have to pipe it when it's liquid, because I can't pipe it when it's solid. Are you asking if you want some kind of liquid nut filling? Wanting a liquid nut filling, like really liquid? Completely liquid? Semi-liquid. You could do a caramel here and replace some of the fat from the butter and the cream with some nut paste. Just make sure that you account for that extra fat and you swap them out. Because if there's too much fat in this caramel, it will split very easy because it's got enough water molecules to bind to the fat. Your other option would be just, you can put some straight out nut paste or praline paste in your bonbon, maybe add like 3 or 4% cocoa butter or chocolate, and that will give you a sort of semi-liquid texture, but then you're going to have really fast fat migration towards the shells. So it's kind of about what you prefer. Depends how you store it. So if they're stored ambient at room temperature, that's when it's going to happen fastest. So that might be anywhere from a week to 2 or 3. And then if you want that really liquidy type of praline filling you said, but if you keep them in a chocolate fridge, or you can vacuum seal them and keep them in storage in a chiller or a freezer, then you'll really slow down the fat migration. So I've got my 14 and salt here, I've got my white chocolate here. Again, it's a very simple process. I'm not going to, maybe I am amazing you, but I'm not going to amaze you with anything too unbelievable that you've never seen before. Because at the end of the day, this is what sells. You know, I'm sure, I don't know if you have shops or if you frequent chocolate shops very much, but most shops will have a few signature flavours, a few wacky ones, and the rest of them will be the tried and tested classics. So again, this is going to be quite a nice texture to pie. It's going to level out with my mould. If I wanted this to be a little bit looser, like I said, just add some kind of liquid fat to it, like vegetable oil or clarified butter. Anything that's going to be liquid at room temperature. Raise my back. Again, because of the fat content in this, if you were really finicky and picky about fat migration and keeping your shell's shiny for as long as possible. You can temper this. If you don't temper it, it's not a problem. It just means the back vibration will happen slightly faster. Right, so hopefully now we can shell these. We're going to have to do this, otherwise I'll never finish the demo. Where's my... So, if you have a dosing head or anything like that, obviously great, keeps it nice and neat for you. But I'm not going to overfill this. I just want enough chocolate in there that I can. Can everyone see what I'm doing? Right? Just want enough chocolate that I can fill up my mold. I'm going to need a little bit more. If I'm filling a shell like this, my aim is to try and keep it as clean as possible without creating too much work for myself when I try to clean these molds. But inevitably you're always going to get a little bit of mess. So the vibration is especially important if you're working with a mold that has a lot of fine details and ridges. Obviously this one doesn't, but it's good practice anyway. You can see there's some air bubbles coming out here. I'm not going to vibrate this for very long on the table. It does depend on your chocolate's fluidity, but that was like, 2 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds there. I've got a pretty nice gel there. It's important when we're constructing our shells that we get the right balance of thickness and also the right shell shape. So when you have a look at that shell, you might think it's, I would personally say it's not too thick, not too thin. When you consider the type of chocolate we're using dark chocolate here, so dark chocolate has the most contraction power when it's tempered. What I really want to draw attention to is the structure of the shell. If you can see here, I've created just a tiny little lip on my shell. And I'll place it like that. Now if I was to make a shell face down immediately after I finish, what I'm going to get is a very flat rim or shell here, which is good for when you're making an Easter egg or something like that that you need to seal together. But for a bonbon it's not ideal, and I'll tell you why. When we come to cap the bonbon, particularly if we've got a more liquid film, the chocolate, the big fat chocolate rim here is going to be too thick, and it's not going to be able to adhere to the cap correctly. And then when that cap contracts, the tempered chocolate contracts from the cap, it's going to shrink ever so slightly, and there's going to be left with a little crack in our mold. Whereas, if I have a shell which has this little rim here, the chocolate thins out, and when my tempered chocolate starts to fuse through with my shell, it's not so thick up here that we can create a crack, because the shell being really thin up here doesn't have much of a contraction power. So it allows the tempered chocolate of the cap to fuse a bit more easily. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? I appreciate it. I might just be rambling on quite quickly here. Normally, I would say leave these out for at least an hour to pre-crystallize, and then you can go in your chocolate fridge, but we don't have that luxury of time today. Anyone got any questions so far? Now's the time, because this is just a fairly mundane thing to do. 5 seconds to get the desired thickness I want. The vibration time is going to vary slightly depending on the fluidity of the chocolate. Dark chocolate obviously is usually less fluid than milk, white and gold because of the added cacao fibers in the chocolate. Just a few taps like that to kind of set that rim in. If I left the mold like this now, the opposite is going to happen. And the gravity of the chocolate is going to fall back in, and we're going to be left with a shell that's too thin at the bottom of the bonbon. Now this is a problem because when you come to apply your cap, and the cap contracts, the traction power of the cap is stronger than that of the shell because they're not even thickness, and then you'll get a crack on the side of the bottom. Rather than having a crack on the bottom, where you'll have a crack on that sort of bottom side bit there. Have any of you seen that before? Why? So, obviously we're under slight time pressure today, but in terms of whether you should wait to see if your shells have started to contract before you start filling, it doesn't really matter. If you've got a tempering machine like this and you're confident that the temper is good, you can just start, wait until it's slightly dry and you can just start filling straight away. What's more important when we make shells and bonbons is something that everyone forgets about, which is airflow and the rate of cooling of the mold. So everyone talks about tempering, everyone talks about shell thickness. No one considers the rate of cooling of the mold. So when this chocolate is cooling down, what's happening is that it's releasing heat. The cells are nucleating inside, they're shrinking and releasing heat. So I need my molds to be adequately spaced apart in a cool enough environment, and ideally have some kind of airflow around the mold to carry all that heat away. If I was to just shell my molds and stack them all up like this, particularly the bonbons in the middle, the heat is trapped and has nowhere to go. It can't crystallise at the proper rate, and then we're left with over-crystallization effectively. And that's when your colours stick and your shells stick. So it's ideal if you have a chocolate fridge. If you don't, you can lay them out on the bench. Maybe you have a fan or some kind of air conditioning unit that can carry the heat away with some cold air. Anyway, I'm blabbing on. So we've got our vanilla caramel here. I'm going to do this about a third of the way. Again, you can play with the quantities as much as you want. It's really up to you. What I'm demonstrating here, hopefully you'll be able to see it when I cap, is a common mistake that people make when filling. So I'm letting this caramel just droop over some of these shells. You should see that when we cap, we won't be able to get a full seal on the bonbon that we want because of that. Has anyone faced that issue before when they're crafting bonbons? They get filling on the side of the shell and then filling leaks out from there. I'm not even watching when I'm doing that. So you'll see, even if I scrape that off, you should see hopefully the end product will be carrot. There'll be like an air bubble or some kind of gap there. In this scenario, it probably doesn't matter because I'm going to protect it with 2 fat phase filling, but if I was filling up all the way with caramel, that would be a problem. So, to go straight into my Julia, I'm going to fill the shell straight away, it's especially even more important now that we have the mold in a place that has good airflow and nice cool air around it. But now that I've put that caramel and grenadine in, there's a lot more mass inside to cool down so the chocolate shell. Does that make sense? Where's Paul? Hopefully Paul can just wait until I finish. Everyone else has come very prepared today, but I've had to cross international borders and I didn't think the French would let me in with any pre-made chocolate stuff. You can take this caramel level to as much or as little as you want. Try to do that first. If you have this problem very often where you get that on your mold all the time, the easy fix would just be to cut the small and have a bit more patience. If you don't want to do that, then you can just cook the caramel a bit lower. If you struggle with piping more fluid fillings like this, bear with me, sorry. If you struggle with piping more fluid fillings without getting it all over your mold, the reason being is usually either because you cut the hole too big and or you're moving too slow in between the bonbons. So you might have seen I was piping and zipping away, zipping away. Because there's surface tension in the bag, me moving quickly allows me to get between the mold without filling dripping out. Whereas if I draw like this, I take too long, it all starts dripping out. But if I'm like that, nothing can ever fall out in time. Just made a mess of my work then for no reason. So, the final layer now will just be this pipable crust layer. The good news is that these will set very quickly once they're in. So we should be able to cap very quickly and finish the demo, but I don't know how these are getting on. Anyone got any more questions whilst we wait? You look like you have a question? No, you're just waving your hand. So anything from sort of 1 to 2% would be enough of the total weight. Was that not working the whole time? You know what I knew from the back? Sorry. My apologies. We're kind of stuck now because we need this to set. Every other chocolatier has come with pre-shelled, pre-done molds. To me.
You're putting the colored coconut oil into the shells. Is that high pressure? So it's possible with a different system?
Sorry, so what about the coconut oil you're asking?
How you putting it to high pressure? Is that possible with a different spray?
Oh, with the with the cocoa butter you almost spraying cocoa. We need some kind of, you either need a compressor, which is compressed air, powerful, or you need a high volume, low pressure system. The difference between the two is that high volume, low pressure isn't very high PSI. It's basically just a very powerful fan that blows a lot of air through a tube, and that's what propels the cocoa butter forward. Whereas the compressed air goes into there. Well, what other spray systems would you have other than compressed air, or do you mean the gun or the compressor? Oh yeah, you can get a bigger one. Is that what you mean, like a bigger gun spray? Oh, you're asking if you can use different colour? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. What I might do for the purpose of the demo is just quickly try and cut this anyway. Even though I know that this is not set, so I'm going to pipe this and it's going to kind of all sink in and mix together, but don't have too much time. So you can see there what I mean. It's not set enough, but normally it would be, and then you could pipe along and create an even flat layer. But for this demo, we're just going to change the recipe a little bit. It's going to be more of a block inside. It's still going to create the same texture inside the bonbon. Important that everything's level out there. Straight away and mix this. I hope I've demonstrated to everyone the importance of letting things cool properly. And you follow steps in chocolate, and don't make chocolate at your own rush. You have a limited time. What we might be able to do is, I don't know when Paul's demo starts, but maybe I could just have these in the background or something. Possible for I don't think there's any need to vibrate the mold at this point. You could if you want. You could do a little tap to make sure that if there's any crevices or the filling gets in there. But I don't personally, but I have a dosing bed most of the time, so just distributing some perfectly. Yeah, you can vibrate if you want, but I just don't. If you put maybe a more detailed mold with it, if you had a mold with corners, for example, then yeah, you can vibrate because it's harder for that chocolate to push into a corner. But when it's just round, I tend to do that. Okay, has anyone got any questions? Because now we just have to wait for everything to crystallize. So, if anyone needs a bathroom break or anything, I'll put it in the top. again, this is where it would be really beneficial to have some cocoa butter silk to have in your production, because the concentration of butterfly crystals in those fillings will cause it to set at a much faster rate. And then especially if you're doing a small production, you can turn over these steps faster. If you're doing like hundreds of molds, it's not really, doesn't make too much difference in that sense, because by the time you finish filling your 100 or 200 mold, the first one is going to be set anyway. If you're in a rush, you're needing a few molds, maybe you're doing a test batch, or you just do small amount of production. I would definitely look at getting yourself in the basil. I really want to open the fridge and check if they're done, but I know they're not. I know that if I keep opening the fridge, it's going to say volume. Well, this is the most important part of chocolate making, patience. Yeah. There's a number of ways you can do that. It all depends on where you want to go with your recipe formulation. So first off, you want to have a properly balanced recipe in the sense that you've got things like glucose in there for texture and anti-crystallization of any sugar crystals. If you want to increase shelf life, invert sugar is going to be a good one because of its hygroscopic qualities, and it binds quite well to water. The problem with invert sugar is that it's sweeter than regular table sugar. Does everyone here know about dextrose equivalents and the scale of how that works? So you can use it as basically a measure of sweetness. So table sugar, in this case, would be 1, and then salt would be 0, for example, something that's not sweet. So invert sugar tends to be at a dextrose equivalent of 1.3 or 130, however you describe it. So that means that invert sugar will be 30% sweeter than regular sugar. But obviously you can't really just rely on regular sugar, because regular sugar will always want to crystallize in your filling without something like invert sugar or glucose to stop that happening. You can also use other things such as sugar alcohol, like sorbitol. We've actually got some here. I did have some, I don't know where it's gone now, but sorbitol you can get in powder form or liquid form, and it usually has a dextrose equivalent of about 40, so it's 30 or 40 depending, so it's not very sweet, but it can bind a lot of the water molecules to the sorbitol molecules. And when we're talking about shelf life and increasing shelf life, what we're really talking about is trying to reduce the free water in the filling. It doesn't matter if there's water in the filling necessarily. What matters is if it's chemically bound to the sugar molecules in your filling. So, for example, those beer bonbons that I don't know if any of you saw Chef do earlier, those have water in that filling, but also a lot of sugar to bind the water together, as well as alcohol, which is a slightly different thing because alcohol doesn't bind to water molecules, but it creates an inhibited environment for bacterial growth. But generally, when we talk about shelf life, you usually want to lower the free water activity in a filling. And you do that by binding the water with some kind of sugar molecule, like table sugar or glucose or invert sugar or sorbitol. They just all have different properties. Glucose is very good at ensuring a good elasticity and texture in the filling, and it's not very sweet. It's not as good as binding water, however, as sorbitol or invert sugar. Invert sugar is great because it's humectant, which just means it's hygroscopic. It keeps your filling moist and stops it from drying out. But the problem with it, if you use too much, is that it's too sweet, and then your bonbon becomes sickly. So you have to balance the two together. And if you can add other things like acid, so naturally more acidic fillings will last longer because it's more difficult for bacteria to grow, as well as salt. You know, obviously you're never going to add too much salt to your bonbons, but again that's going to slow growth, as well as alcohol as well. That will inhibit further growth again. So you just have to balance all of these things. So reach the desired shelf life. Hopefully, we might be getting somewhere. Let's do a little bit longer still. So what we might do is, if we're going to run over, we'll let Paul start. Where he is. I think he starts at 3 anyway, so he's not late. And then I'll just finish them off in the background so everyone can still taste them. Anybody more questions? It recrystallizes the caramel, so it goes grainy in the bonbon or when you make it. Okay, so if it's when you make it, are you doing a wet caramel, I take it? So the problem is, are you stirring or agitating your sugar? Or are you brushing the side of the pan with water? So if it's recrystallizing when you're making it, you're either stirring it too early, which with wet caramel you shouldn't stir until you get some colour on it. Dry caramel you can. And then if there's any sugar molecules inside of your wet caramel, especially before it takes some colour on and cooks out enough water, if any one of them fall into your syrup, will just recrystal. And then is it in your bonbon as well? If it's in your bonbon, as I was saying just then, you don't have the right balance of table sugar and anti-crystallizing sugars such as glucose, sugar, etc. If you've only got table sugar in your caramel, how much glucose do you put in? You could do that. So you just have to get the balance right. So I'm trying to think what my percentage was now in my recipe. I would normally go 15%. So if you have a kilo of table sugar, 150 of glucose, that will be enough. If you don't do any kind of inverted or glucose sugar, your table sugar is always going to recrystallize in your bonbon. It will always happen. Because that's how an electron will build. It always wants to form a solid. So sucrose or table sugar always wants to come back together. But by adding glucose and invert sugar molecules into your filling, they basically get in between the sugar molecules, the sucrose molecules, and stop it coming together. So that's why probably not enough by the sound of it, yeah. Yeah. Doesn't sell soda drinks. There's not many brands out there. You can get Magic Pepper, you can get Easy Pepper, or a Patsama. They're the three brands you probably go to. All the soda drinks are basically, they're very accurate and well insulated melters. some melters. It's obviously not as accurate and it's not very well insulated, so if you can afford to spend the money on a good one, but if you don't want to, then it might be something else. Or you can use mustard, because all that is just hardened soot. So you have to add it at a slightly higher temperature in order for it to melt into a filter, but it's the same. Yeah, if you just send me a message after this, or something, and then I'll send it to you. Any other questions? Hopefully this is we're getting somewhere now. If you wanted it to set faster, you could just add more chocolate, and that would solve all your problems. Yeah. In terms of when you're shipping, do you mean when you're shipping the product? No. How hard the filling is when you're eating it isn't going to make a difference. All chocolate will melt at, will start to melt at 30 degrees or whatever. So it doesn't matter if you make a really hard granule or a fluid caramel, the shell and the filling inside will start to melt at 30. So it's really about your packaging more than anything. So you've got to think about insulation and keeping it cool. Imagine your chocolates are you, and then you're in a cold country and you're in a house. You need to keep yourself warm. You add insulation to your house, like styrofoam in the box, or some kind of bubble wrap insulated packaging. Ice packs will help as well, because all of that cold then sits in there and slows down the rate of cooling. Also, try not to have too much empty space in your box. So if you have more air in your box, it's in there, it will warm up faster in general. And in terms of the cardboard you use, if you're using cardboard, you can use a double or triple insulated cardboard, double or triple wall. It's just a thicker type of cardboard. Again, that will insulate the whole package a lot better and help it last longer without cardboard. Yeah, sorry, it might be a different word for it. So we're going to have to leave it there, and I'll finish the capping maybe during Paul's demo, unless any of you have got any more questions. Okay, well thank you very much for coming to watch this demo. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Can I ask you something? Because we're going to the school together for chocolate.
Well, that one? Or
No,
just a
in
different
Antwerpen, another one, yeah. Not yet.
Yeah.
And we always learned to not temper our cocoa butter, but just spray it at 30 degrees. It's turned out fine always, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, if it works for you, don't change it. I mean, would you just melt it and then go down to 30 degrees anyway?
Melt the cocoa butter at 45, mix it with coloring, and then leave it to cool to 30, and then spray it right in the mold. That's the way we usually did it, and with us it always worked.
If it works for you, then fine. I used to do that, and it used to just be inconsistent. So that's why I temper it, because you wouldn't. You temper chocolate, so like but cocoa butter. But,
logical, of course, yeah.
Yeah. It just. But if it works for you.
Yeah. But do you always use silk when also with spraying, or do you temper it?
I do because I have a silk machine and it's easy. But like if you don't, it's fine. Like what you can do is temper your. If you're doing a big batch, you can temper your first batch with silk.
Yeah.
Then you got a bigger gun with a bigger hopper.
Yeah.
When you get to like a third of the way down, you can, as long as if you've got some more colour and it's like 30 degrees, 29 degrees, you can just add it, and the colour that's already going to be in there will like seed
the other one.
Effectively seed the other one. Yeah.
Okay, you just keep going then.
Just keep going until you're done. Yeah.
It's a good trick.
Yeah, good. But yeah, I'm just gonna finish cleaning up and then I'll get out of the way and.
It was a good one.
Thank you. Glad you think so.
Nou, dat mag wat aan, gewoon wel. koud of hij is te warm, dan, ja, dan op de koud stel snel. Dan krijg je uiteindelijk een dop effect. Dat is ook belangrijk voor temperatuur. We gaan de kabel tempereren. Dus ik zelf knal de kabel gekleurd tot 25 graden. Voor je kleur, koud water tot 27 graden. En het verwarming ligt tot 30 graden. De spuitpistool verwarm je ook tot 50 graden. Tot het wel warmer is, maar als je de kabel erin doet, je gaat hem gelijk gebruiken. Dan heb je geen last van de kabel als het te warm wordt. Spuit gewoon een dun laag in de mal. Deze voorbereid. Een roze beurs zit erin. Wat er moet ingespoten is, zet je even weg op 60 graden. Lijkt het even rustig storen, kwartiertje ongeveer. Ja, a little bit. Nou, try it. You let it solidify for 15 minutes, cover it. And then you're going to use the stems. You heat it with the heat gun. It's 500 degrees, so don't do it too long. About 30 seconds. In the wall. Maybe there's one thing. Sorry? You melt the counter is melting, and you remove that, and then you spray back black or white, like this one, and then you fill it with chocolate. Don't press too hard because then all the color will disappear of course.
Deze heb ik besteld, van online weet man. Binnenkort wil ik er ook mee bezig. Dat is ook even voor niemand besteld. Maar nu, ja, kijk. Sorry? Ja, ja. Nou hebben we het gewoon, ja, zonder ik gewoon gegeven. Dus toen heb ik het wel, ja, after this, we wait about 50 minutes. So the mold is again 20 degrees, 23, so a little bit too hot. And normally I can spray another color in it, like black. And then we're going to fill them with chocolate, so you see the dark chocolate and then the bronze color on it. perfect to put a chance on the chocolate in. Fill them all with chocolate. Don't put too much in it. Totally fill them. Als je de lamps in de mold, normally you spray your light color first, and then black you see better like this one, or pink, white pink. Black. Sit down, in the workspace about 80 degrees, and let it set for about 50 minutes. Why I do it like this? Because when you put them like this, the sugar will go down to the mold. So the mold is very thin. When the sugar is very thin, it can, how to say, sprinkle up. So when you put it like this, sit down, sugar will go down to the bottom, and then you make it a little bit thicker, so it can more crisp, so it's easier to take them out later. The sponges are too big, you can get it easily to the right shape. 6 seconds pretty full. And you will see almost most of the color is melted. So then you don't see the nice stamp anymore. It's cacao butter with some plain cacao butter with some kleurpoeder. Cacao boter met kleurpoeder. I use that. Yeah, you mix cacao boter. Five spices. Dus de meeste 5 kruiden mixen. Venkelzaad, kaneel, peper. Het is gewoon een mix. Je kunt natuurlijk gewoon, tegenwoordig gewoon zelf maken. En je kunt het zelf mixen. Maar als je het zelf je kunt het zelf in de opleiding tegenwoordig gewoon koken. Dus dat is ook laten toe altijd wat lukt. Het hele, ja, hele kruid smaak uitbrengen. In de circle stamps, deze bij iemand besteld, maar binnenkort heeft het op de zo. Er is nog nu nog geen winkels op, dus ik weet niet wie ze welke winkels ze koopt. Nou, laat ik het worden op Facebook, dus toen we hebben in de shop. Today I have about 20 different, but you have 6 different sitting on the stand. You know it? Yeah. Yeah, you let them make for the yeah, this is the 295, I think, yeah. And they have doing it for now for about 5 different malls. And yeah, all different designs. And the chocolate I don't know for which mall they're gonna make it. Yeah, most of the time it's a mall like this, a little bigger. Yeah, yeah. And easy way to use it. I have to finish it for you, or you want to do it yourself? I'm going to finish the last 2 strands. stick with it. But it's not that quick. You normally do it. Ja, het is een small. Je moet het wel trekken te doen.
Excuse me, sir. It was very interesting. I will listen again because it was very noisy, so it was difficult to understand.
It's going to be on
yeah,
YouTube,
on
from there
yes.
as well. Yeah.
That's why I will listen again. Is it possible to have the recipe? You have paper. Can I take a photograph of my
I don't have it on. You could. You can take a photo of my phone, or you can send me a message.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But I have it. I have it here.
Or you can send me a message.
Yeah. I've got it now, so.
It's okay. Thank you. I'm very eager to see because the ingredients are very interesting. So I really would like to see.
They're nearly done.
Yeah,
I've capped them now, so I'll just wait 10 minutes or so for them to finish, and well, I'll wait until Paul's done.
Normally I make the fillings when I use them, so I don't make them before. This time I made it at home.
Well done. Yeah, thank you for
Wagemaker, design than in another mold. You want to taste it? Yes, yeah, if you want to. Do 5 spices, Ganache, and that one, I don't know. Ja, maar we nog even antwoorden. I have more sugar food days, so yeah, it's a little bored. Yeah, you get a nice time with it. You don't want to make get it out. Any questions? You like the design? Now I take my favorite, a little more design. Oh, you like that? You like the taste? That's my own collection, so if you get the flavor, they'll try it on the other flavor. From Netherlands, and to Ecuador. If you want to try some of my normal collection, you can try, you can choose the flavor you get here one. Yeah, this one is on sugar, so don't try it. Ja, ik doe het gewoon helemaal van een smelmorgen laat ik altijd 's nachts aan en soms gewoon 50 graden. Dan doe ik met een ijswater. Koel ik het terug naar 27 en dan verwark ik hem weer een beetje naar ja, nu ik ga dan wat maken. Maar dan heb ik een mooi vol. Ja, ik moet het ook afmaken. Oh ja, ja. Deze met 5 graden.
Funny that all the empty shells came out before that. Right. Oh, okay. If you were still filming, I wouldn't.
Dit is wel een chocolade, die heeft deze toegevoegd Milo. En we staan er meer in de show dan eigenlijk, die is eigenlijk alleen maar chocolade. Het mag wel, maar het is gewoon heel hard. Show mee te maken. Yeah, I have to check it already. You want the vanilla or the... I see. Ja, vaak deze dingen met chocolade zelf kleuren. Jij hebt dus normaal ook hoor. Met een spray met een spuit. Alleen ik had maar kijk, erbij. Weet je, die spuit spray. En nog goed jou. Dit is al chocolade, deze ook van afstaan. Die zijn nog goed allemaal. Ik heb Ik denk dat het hier goedkoper is. Ja, kou, ja, een beetje de mondkamer moet weer 28 graden zijn. Als dat kouder is, mogelijk in de wijken is dat wel kouder. Dan spoelt zich water snel. Kijk, pak een kop effect, want dan krijg je zo'n glimmende laag. Als het te warm zijn, als het in de zomer in de kamer op 4 graden, dan duurt het veel te lang voor een normale stof. Dan kun je het vol worden, of heel moeilijk eruit komen. Daar is het best wel een malle, dat is een beetje 28 graden zijn. Dan doen we chocolade en cacao langs de luid. Dan spuit je de cacao erin, laag scholla, dan de chocolade erin, laag scholla, spuit je naar de vries, en vaak in een koelkast, heel los zitten, dat je je zou uitpakken hebt. Vullen erin, en dan maak je het al nu, normaal maak je het nog erin zitten, dan is het gewoon scholla, dan heb je het en dan de volgende dag maak je boven. Ja. En dan moet je beginnen, die maak je dan zo normaal. Ja, leuk hè? Ja, leuk. Ja, en die is wel bij, dat is wel leuk. Hij doet wat moet ik zeker. En already text en zuur. Voor de les zuur in mijn recipes. Butter, ja, ja. Hey, bedankt hè. Leuk dat je waren. Goed zo. Leuk jou weer. Vlakbij Zworen en ik uit Nederland, ja. Dus ongeveer 2,5 uur rijden. Ja, zo ongeveer 225 minuten. Ja, ja. Ik graag gedaan.